Okay. What's up, Skygoat? What's up, Perry? Happy affiliate anniversary. I love when Twitch just makes up things. That's so awesome. Mhm. I'm sure it is, but it still just feels made up. Alright, let me just get everything in order on my end. Mhm. Alright. Let me reconfigure my brain. Let me just make sure this is the correct one. It should be, but negative 136, positive 8. Yep. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. Mhm. What map is that? Nice. What mods, if any? Nice, nice. Good map. I actually don't know if I have an FC on that, to be honest. I might not. Ending is very easy to choke. It would be a little sad if you got your 100 on that ending section, but I wouldn't blame you if that's what happened. If not, though, then that's awesome. Got away earlier? Alright. That's kind of awesome, then. Not messing up there. Oh, you know what? If I have a score on it, I might have like a Hard Rock choke. And if that's the case, I just thought of a fun idea, trying to overwrite that with maybe like a 1.2x FC on laser. That could be fun to try. And since my Hard Rock score was a stable score, it'd actually be feasible to beat it with 1.2x. Although I'd actually only want to do that if I could FC the ending. That's what sudden death's for, though, I guess. Oh, I also still really need to start doing silver score fixing sessions. Now that that's done. Yeah, turn them into gold scores. AKA fixing them. Yeah. Only issue is I don't really have a lot of space to like stream that unless I do it on a work night. It's either I do like a really late night stream for like an hour and a half doing that, or I gotta sacrifice time away from this, which I really don't want to do because I've been going at snail pace recently, so. Thank you. I love being affiliated. How are you doing, Bat? Feel very strange today, not entirely sure why. That's relatable. Hope you feel better regardless. So far, very chill chunk. Nothing too special. I should draw more patterns while I dig. I feel like it'd be a lot easier if the number was an odd number instead of even. Oh. There we go. Oh my goodness, something other than Deep Slate for the first time in like 20 layers. Oh man. This is a very average chunk so far. Maybe actually slightly slower than average. Actually, definitely slower than average so far. That's chill though. We're gonna get some crazy fast ones before this quadrant is over, so I cannot complain. Honestly, I'm more worried about the next quadrant. I think the next quadrant I'm gonna work on might be the hardest one in terms of sheer endurance. Ooh, this is a good amount of Instamine. This might help with getting this chunk closer to true average. Nice. It's probably like 45 seconds time save, maybe? Oh wait, this is a big tough bin. Okay. Alright, well let's not get super greedy. I need to make sure I keep it in sections, or else I will get antsy later. So just keep doing it in two tall layers. Yeah, that's gonna save a lot of time though. Okay, we've probably already clawed back a minute and a half. Or maybe like a minute 15, something like that. Here, I'm just gonna make it daytime. Trying to place torches with that much tough is gonna be not worth the effort. So Muffin, how you doing? Boy. Yeah, I need to I need this. Insta mine. I guess we'll get some deep slate iron as well, sure. Oh boy. Okay, I did not mean to dig that far down. Although I think the rest of this is gonna be, yeah, just on the edge here, so it's not a big deal if we just go through this now. Very nice. That's good. I think even with all that tough though, we probably still not even any faster than average. This has been a very dense chunk. Loki, I've not been that efficient either. It's a little bit more tough here, which is funny, but yeah, this is not going to be a big amount. But no diamonds so far. Almost 2/3 of the way down. It would be really funny to get another 0 diamond chunk. Good evening. What's up, Viper? How are you doing? I am okay, just doing my chunking. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't look at my suspiciously chunk-shaped belly. Okay, even with all of the tough we got, I'm still looking at 2 minutes lower than average so far. Very dense. Very dense chunk. That's okay though. Like I said earlier, we're gonna get a lot of very much air chunks soon. So it will balance out. And we love deep slays, so it's chill. Oh? Oh, never mind. That was just where I was digging earlier, the tough blocks. Two-thirds of the way down on this chunk. Oh, is there more tough? How much more tough, though? That's the real question. Seems like a decent amount, but I don't know how deep it goes. If it's like a full vein, though, then this actually could go quite crazy. We shall see. Happy affiliate anniversary. Now get back to work. On it. On it. Alright, let's make a day again, because we're about to get a bunch more tough, it looks like. So, placing torches would be inefficient at that point. Oh, gravel as well? Okay. Alright, that's actually kind of bad having the gravel mixed in with the tough, but look, it's still faster than Deep Slate, so in a time save regard, it's still good. But definitely not as crazy efficient as it could be. Here, I think we should just get rid of all the gravel in one go. Gravel season chunks at the side of tough rocks. I mean, most of this chunk has been very Deep Slate heavy, so it's kind of like all the seasonings fell to the bottom of a Deep Slate soup. Yeah, I don't see any tough on the edge there. What about on this edge? No, but okay, there is diamonds in this chunk. I'm 2/3 of the way down, I haven't gotten any yet. I was hoping it'd be a 0, but unfortunately there is diamonds. I'm pretty sure I've already gotten a chunk with 0 diamonds very early on. So, no. I'm trying to remember if this is true though, where I think on that chunk I may have found diamonds, but it was literally at bedrock levels. I didn't mine them. But I'm not actually sure if that's true. I know that's happened on a few chunks where there's diamonds like literally at bedrock though. I really should look back and see if that's what happened. And then I've had like one or two that had either one or two. Very low amount. Diamonds are definitely not distributed equally. Yeah, like not a ginormous tough fan, but still quite useful for sure. Still though, I think even again, even with all the stuff I have gotten in this second half, I'm still looking at a very average chunk. Alright, there's the diamonds. don't really remember what the next chunk or two looks like, but I'm hoping for something interesting. Not that I don't enjoy chunks like this, where it's just straight block mining, but I do want to get this project done sometime in the next century, so... And also it'd be better for my brain to get more progress sooner. I've been slacking. Oh, nice. Alright, well, let's just mine our way back up. No point to waste a rocket when I'm that close. Yeah, this isn't really a method, more just kind of like a, just whatever. Just do whatever and see what sticks. On monotonous chunks, it really helps to just dig random patterns sometimes, even if it's less efficient overall. Just helps to make things more visually interesting when there isn't too much going on. Dang, that was a 16 vein of redstone. Just two 8 veins stuck right next to each other, I guess. I have no idea what I'm doing now. One more. Alright, I'll have to do a quick looking up check. Yeah, we're good. Didn't miss anything above me. Didn't mess up the chunk border. Alright, final layer. Yeah, this is slower than average, but not by too much, honestly. So, that's not even bad at all. I like almost 2 minutes. Okay, here we go. Alright. Take some pictures. 32. That's 14 diamond ore compared to last time. Okay, let me scroll down. 14, 32. 1 hour, 36 minutes, 56 seconds. Then I gotta plunge in my blocks in Deep Slate Mind. Okay, yeah, that blocks mind is scary. 15.2k when average is 14.6k. So 800 blocks more. That's almost as many blocks as you can mine. Like that's insane. Yeah. Deep Slate wasn't as dense as it felt. That tough block and gravel stuff did help quite a lot in the second half. I want to see something. What is the maximum I could get? Because it'd be 200. Wait, hold on. 16 times 16, and then times that by 60 layers. Yeah, so the maximum is 15,360. So I was literally like 140 blocks off from maximum density. Assuming I didn't mine blocks in other chunks accidentally, which obviously does happen, but still shouldn't affect things very much. So in terms of just pure number of blocks, that's as dense as it gets, basically. But thankfully there was a lot of non-deep slate in the second half, or at least enough. So yeah. Ooh, this. All right, this is our next chunk, I think. Oh, let me update the counter. So 221, and then on the chunk map, one. So yeah, -8, +120. Yep, that is this one. This looks like it has some interesting stuff going on, especially in the bottom half. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. And here as well. Or is this okay, never mind. Still, that's a nice air pocket, so it should already most likely be faster than last chunk, but we shall see, we shall see. Alright. I should craft these all up. Wait, what? What am I doing to do that? Oh, okay. I see what that hotkey does. That's interesting. Alright. It's a little wonky, but now I know. Oh, wait. Alright, perfect. Let's make it daytime before we start this chunk. Get as much daytime as possible. Alright. Let's do this. Let me drink water real quick and we'll start. Let's do this. But yeah, I'm expecting an alright time from this. I don't expect a PB. I don't think that's happening, but a lot of my PBs have been on chunks where I honestly didn't actually fully expect it to be possible. So you never know, but I will just be happy with at least a couple minutes faster than average. A lot of deep slate copper. Actually insane how much I dislike deep slate copper right now. Get out of here. Now the question is, which visual novel and why are you picking such a crazy one? And also, why are you reading a visual novel? Oh no. I hate to say it, but like, for OSU players, this is the most LARP visual novel of all time. That's the vibe I get from it. No, but it's like the most popular one in the OSU community from my understanding. And also, from my understanding, a lot of people have used it for like profile pictures and stuff, but literally have never read it as well, which I find actual LARP. So the fact that you're reading it at all already makes you less of a LARPer than most OSU players, probably, actually. But also, like, why are you just reading a visual novel? Did it just, like... Oh, wait, no, you already explained that. You said you like the ending. I will say, the songs from that seem pretty cool. I have no problem with that. I did not know that was on Steam. Especially because I've heard it's, like, kind of bizarre. Hmm, I see. Well, yeah, I think I'll pass. I'm not interested. I think I'm, good on keeping my streak of never reading a visual novel. I think I'm also just not really the target audience for those, especially not anymore. Also, this is an awesome air pocket. Cannot wait to see how much time saved this ends up being. Just kind of flattening it to a 10th layer before I finish the other half that I haven't gotten to yet. I want to place like a couple torches. Alright, this will be a fun section. Oh, nice. Thought I was holding shift, I was not. Oh, nice. Probably easier to just deal with this one layer at a time when it's like this. Hello. Mm-hmm. How my corrupt world be looking? Oh my goodness, there is a chunk error in my world. Thought they were selling pre-cooked rice in the grocery store. Pre-cooked frozen. Okay, see, that's like a scam though, because cooking rice in the rice cooker is so easy and cheap. And then just letting it cool down, freeze it yourself. Super easy. $1.50 for 200 grams. Yeah, that's a scam. That's if like you literally don't want to cook at all. And you have zero patience. But like rice is not hard to cook. I mean, even without a rice cooker, it's not that bad. You just gotta have literally patience. Any. Whatever, though. But yeah, I cook my rice myself. It's worth the effort. Very little effort for how cheap it is and how filling it is. My personal opinion, I only buy things that I literally do not want to cook myself. Like, I mean, like, pre-prepared stuff, I should say. Either I don't want to cook or try to make myself. But, like, rice is not one of those things. Oh yeah, potatoes are great. You ever just need to live as cheaply as possible while not feeling like you're starving, potatoes is definitely a good food to have. Potatoes, rice, lentils, all OP. All OP, and you don't have to sacrifice an animal for it. Although I do eat meat, but, you know, nice not to eat 100% of my diet is killing animals, probably. Also, dang, yeah, we got down here real fast with that air pocket. I think we saved like 13 minutes in total. We're 13 minutes ahead of average now. And there's still Instamine blocks. Very nice. Nice. I mean, I don't really know what Knorr sauce is. Am I missing out on something epic? Because I've never heard of this in my life. I really should learn to use MSG in cooking. Still never tried. How much faster would this be if it was all stone? I think it legitimately would be 4 times faster on average. But that's literally part of the challenge, so I'm not complaining. I knew what I was getting into when I did this. Do not worry. Yeah. I think we have American equivalents to what you're talking about, where you just like either ready to eat meals, like stuff that's frozen or whatever, or just like packages on the shelf. Yeah. Well, Kraft is like mac and cheese. I was thinking more something like Hamburger Helper or something like that. But I think I know what you're talking about now. I personally don't use those, but I think I understand. Where it's just like a box of something where you just add like water and a few things. But yeah, I don't know. I always just, if I make a meal, I just kind of get the scratch ingredients and do it that way. Either that or I buy something where I don't add anything to it for the most part. Yeah, that's fair. That is true. They are pretty cheap. Probably still a little more expensive than if you did it from scratch, but not that much more in some cases, I think. And also, they are pretty low effort from my understanding, so definitely not a bad thing at all. And obviously way better than getting takeout. I've been pretty bad about that lately, to be honest. Still not going like over budget, but I'm definitely not being as money conscious as I really should be in these times. Mainly just because I've been suffering from just long-term burnout. Not from like this project or anything, it's more just like burnout from the routine of life. They're putting estrogen in the food? What? Look, maybe we've become a little too woke now. Paragon, okay. That's really funny because like it's not spelled the same, but it literally looks and reads like estrogen, which is very different from a cooking spice. Like unless you're trying to consume food that will also turn you into a woman, but I assume that's not your goal. I really need to get back on the cooking game. I've been very lazy about it overall. Kind of miss having really nice homemade dishes. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what you mean. I am not an estrogen taker. Oh, are your estrogen sensors tingling? It's okay. We will allow it just this once. Would it actually be hard to get a proper dosage through food? I have no idea. I've never thought to consider this. I mean, I would assume like getting in food discreetly is what we're talking about, not like just putting a pill of estrogen or something in the food. Obviously, you could just do it that way, but I think we're talking more about like having estrogen in the food without it being noticeable. Is that possible to get a high enough dosage? So that way we can force transition the entire population. Also known as the woke agenda. Hand sanitizer? Wow, we just need another COVID pandemic, and this is how we force fem the entire population. Yeah. I mean, does estrogen in that form even have, like, a taste? if it was like fully dissolved in water like that, would you even notice it taste-wise? Tastes like bread. Like maybe a vague hint of bread taste. Why do you know that estrogen is fat soluble? Maybe it's just an incuriosity on my point, but I've never thought to see if you can dissolve it. Inject MCT oil with estrogen in it. I have no idea what that is. I also didn't know you were an estrogen taker, so hmm. Mhm. I I don't know if I remember what the point of that was, but I mean there was all sorts of plans to kill that guy. Honestly, now that makes me wonder as the CIA tried to give Castro estrogen as well. Because they tried to kill that guy about 900 million times. Yeah. Honestly, Fidel Castro with estrogen would actually be unstoppable. We would have become a subsidiary of Cuba. We would be just another province of Cuba. Wasn't Otto von Bismarck low-key non-binary? There's probably a lot of people in history that were very much not straight or like the gender they presented as, but were forced in the closet. I don't know about Otto von Bismarck specifically, but like I don't think anyone back then would have classified anyone as non-binary like that. Huh. I mean, I genuinely do not know enough about that guy to actually have an opinion or not. Frankly, I've never even heard of this. Happy affiliate anniversary. I'm so happy. Is it about to be PB? Nah. My PB is like at 111 now. As of like a session or two ago. Yeah. This is gonna be a fast one though, don't get me wrong. But yeah, definitely not PB. I'm not gonna lie, just for a split moment, because I was reading that out of the corner of my eye, I thought you said Momo therapy. I was like, what is that? Congratulations on your nitrogen addiction, Green. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I should know more about this stuff, but I genuinely do not know that much about how hormones and stuff work. I mean, I don't take hormones or anything, nor am I looking for any, but still it'd be good to know, I think. Yeah, but even though that I know you, I still don't feel like I know enough. Like, I feel like I really should know more. But obviously it doesn't really affect me directly, so for me it's kind of hard to just, like, feel like, okay, I need to know all of this. You know? Yeah, I probably should look at stuff like that sometime. I'm just, I'm lazy and I forget. At the very least, I'm not like a denier or anything like that. I'm very much aware that these are not, things that should be denied to people. 20.5 mil. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. I mean, it's a cool milestone, but I'm already at 20 mil, so even a 500,000 milestone doesn't really register to me anymore. And I'm sure as we keep going, it's gonna register less and less. Yeah. I don't know, the only thing I'm pretty certain of in regard to like gender stuff and anything is that I do not feel like I should be taking estrogen. I think that would probably make my life worse. I don't see how that would help me at all. I don't think I've ever had a moment in my life where I was like, wow, estrogen would really fix me right now. Now, a cheesy gordita crunch from Taco Bell. Now we're talking about something that can fix me. And something that can save me. Not gonna like a gordita. Oh, is that what that bread was tasting like? Is that why my gordita tasted like stale bread? I can't believe I'm gonna upgrade from Momo the Melon to Momo with melons. Cheesy gordita crunch. I love that thing. I actually get that more than like the crunch wrap. It's my personal favorite from Taco Bell. Alright, we're almost done with this chunk. It looks like this is like either gonna be a very high 119 or very low 120. But either way, this is a great chunk. It's gonna be around 15 minutes faster than average. Or to put it in perspective, like 10 layers of deep slate faster than average. That's quite a lot. Yeah, not a PB though. I still don't know how I got like a 111. It was pretty crazy. It was on a chunk where I wasn't expecting a PB. That's what shocked me. Because there's gonna be chunks that are gonna be even faster than that, but at least I can tell that they're gonna be faster. The one I got my PB on, I actually did not think it was gonna be PB until it was already basically there. What's the slowest chunk? Probably one of the first ones I did. When I was still getting my footing. Getting into the groove of it. I don't think we've had any chunks slower than an hour and 50 minutes, though. Every chunk has been somewhere in the hour and 40-minute range. For, like, slowest. I think genuinely the only way to get something into the 150 or, God forbid, 2-hour mark is to have a chunk that's completely deep slate, but then also has a big lava lake somewhere within it. I think that's, like, the only way to actually get a chunk that slow. Well, I don't know if you know this, but I literally on purpose turn all of the lava into obsidian. But yeah, there are natural cases of it as well. Alright, there we go. Okay, I actually misjudged by like a minute, but yeah, very nice. 120. Alright, that is number... Oh my god, wait. It's the Freedom Dive number! Oh my goodness. 222 chunks. Let's go. Alright, yeah, let's punch this in. 1 hour, 20 minutes, 41 seconds. Freedom Dive! Oh hey, with this chunk, our average time has gone down by another minute. We are now at 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 59-second average. Wow. That's pretty epic. So many milestones. Alright, let's punch in my stats. 9.3. Alright, blocks mined is gonna be pretty low, I assume. Yeah, 12.7k. And then deep slate is 11.1k. Okay. Actually, the percentage of deep slate is very similar in this chunk compared to last chunk, which is kind of hard to believe. But I guess we didn't get that much insta-mine. It was mostly just air pocket. Alright, and then... Or... Oh, right now. 45. And then how many diamond ore? 3840. So 22 diamond ore. Alright. And then we should have everything punched in. Yeah, it's starting to heat up now. It's starting to heat up now. Although, honestly, this summer has still been pretty cold by my standards, by what I've seen here. So, I don't know. It's almost kind of worrying. Alright, this looks interesting, but how much of this is actually in this chunk? Alright. I don't know how fast or slow this one's gonna be, but There's at least some air pocket going on here, so. This is the other chunk. But yeah, there's some here. Alright. Alright, let me put some stuff away real quick. So yeah, we'll just leave that there. Okay. It is time for our last chunk of the night. This will be number 223. So let's do this. But yeah, thankfully with that fast chunk, that definitely helps my morale. It means I'm not going to be staying up too late. Ooh, that's a good question. It's probably the amethyst blocks. The like purple stuff. Those blocks are crazy. They literally sound like I don't know what the word would be. I don't know if chandelier is the right word, but it's just so like glassy. It's nice. But it's not like shattering glass. It's like a nice glass noise. Honestly, every block the geode is composed of is top tier. But honestly, I really like the noise Deepslate makes when mined, so that's definitely high up as well. Deepslate is a nice noise. It's a lot less interesting than like the amethyst, but it's a nice noise. I think like my least favorite, especially of the Instamine, had to have been grass. Grass is just the problem with grass is that it's so much louder than almost any other block. Which just I literally had to change my volume every time I was mining grass at the start because it was just so loud. I hated dealing with that. But I'm not sure if there's that many blocks that I like legitimately do not like the breaking noise of. I mean gravel, I guess, but gravel's not that bad. Happy affiliate anniversary. Do you think some YouTuber like Carl... I don't want a video from Carl. Frankly, I don't think anyone making a video is happening realistically. I don't think there's much to really say about it. I don't think it would be a very long video anyways. I don't think there's much you can actually say. I would actually rather delete my world forever than have Brummaster L make a video about this. Brummaster L would actually find a way to just pump misinformation into this. It would actually be legendary how bad it would be. Just straight up making up facts. That too. I don't think Carl literally would make a video about this. It's not really his thing. No, Summoning Salt would definitely not make a video about this, because again, it's not competitive at all. Nor am I even trying to make it competitive. There's no story either. Certainly not enough for a Summoning Salt video. There's not really anything to, again, I'm not doing any favors for trying to make this like actual YouTube content. To me, this project is very much more like second monitor Twitch experience content than YouTube video content. Okay, maybe when I meant long video, I meant I meant like something more like 30 minutes plus. To me, 15 minutes is not a long video. I don't think I disagree that you could make a 10 to 15 minute video on this, I guess. But I feel like if someone was truly trying to make content out of this, they would try to make this more of like an hour-long type deal at the minimum. I don't think I would want to do an interview. That's not really my thing. 7-hour video essay. Chunk mining and its consequences on the Gen Z mind. Or something stupid like that. I mean, that's the other thing for me, because I'm not a video editor and I don't have content brain, I'm just not able to capitalize on making a video out of this or like a series out of it. It's just not something I'm particularly good at, nor do I frankly even care that much. If I truly cared, I think I would be doing this very differently. Here's an alternate, completely different idea. Alright, let's hear it. Comes a political rant series, you can edit or take clips from streams. See, that's not a bad idea, but the problem is that if it caught on literally at all, like, it would actually become a nightmare for both myself and yourself, because of the viewpoints I hold, we basically putting targets on our heads by doing that, in my opinion. Like, if it actually gained any real traction at all. How would you do this differently if you wanted to farm YouTube content from it? There's actually quite a few things. One, I would make this project smaller in scope, first of all. A project this long is very hard to like make good content out of without sinking multiple years of your life into. But even if I didn't scale down the scope of this, another thing is like literally the way I mine is not the most, I think, engaging way for a YouTube viewer specifically to watch it. Like, for one thing, I think one thing that was pointed out to me that I feel like is kind of true is that this would be a little bit more interesting if I was mining the entire chunk, top to bottom, every single time. Rather than doing it the way I did, where I got rid of all the grass, then all the stone, and then doing it chunk by chunk at Deep Slate. The reason I did it this way is because this is personally the most enjoyable and realistic way for me to do this with the limited time I have per day and with my life schedule. Because doing it the other way would be a lot harder to commit to and would be a little more difficult. But also, I would be a lot more interactive and also put on my YouTuber voice or put on like a streamer voice or something like that. I don't do... I mean, it's not just the voice, it's more like the energy, I should say. Streamer energy, YouTuber energy. I really... I don't think I have... I mean, I would assume to you guys I don't really give off that vibe. I'm not really sitting here, like, trying to make every moment something that it's not. That's such a, like, 2016 type YouTube title, that I love it. No one would click on this today, though. Woke communist blocking. I mean, look, I've literally done this on stream already, where we just talked about political stuff for a while, but like making it a like specifically political show or like a political podcast or whatever you want to call it, I really just don't think that's what I'm aiming for. I'm not opposed, but I think most people who watch this are not really looking for that from this stream. Like, most people who watch my stream would definitely agree with the opinions I have, but that doesn't mean that they want to watch that specifically, you know? Like, there's not that many people who watch my stream that completely disagree with the ideas I have, but I'm not sure if the concept would be super well received. And also, I'm not sure if I really want to do that. I feel like I'd be inviting a lot more negativity into my life that I'm not sure if I'm truly ready for or could handle. Like, I'm pretty firm in my beliefs, but I'm not a very aggressive guy, you know? I'm very much, like... I'm not here to, like, stir up trouble or anything. Even if I believe my opinions are correct. Give off speedrunner vibes in the sense that you kind of play a game or along for a ride. Yeah, I think I've said that before on stream, where I think I've come to that realization where, for the most part, my streams have definitely become, very much I just kind of do my thing, and then you guys just pop in and out of here whenever you feel like, or you just leave the stream on in the background, or on a second monitor. Like, unless we're actually in an active discussion, this stream is very much not main monitor content for the most part. Well, except for me, obviously, but... Although it would be really funny if I had chunk mining on my second monitor and I'm just staring at chat on my main monitor. I'm just mining with my peripheral vision. I mean, I can kind of do that whenever I do look at chat, so it's not impossible, I suppose. But yeah, I think for the most part, that's generally how my streams go, especially now that I don't do things like live music requests and I don't have any reasonable things to like actually spend channel points on that aren't just emotes. Would the discussion have to be contemporary, or could it also be more historical stuff? The problem with historical stuff is that not everyone is on the same page for the most part, and I have a lot of gaps in my history knowledge, especially because I haven't been like refreshing my mind on history a lot in recent years. I just haven't had time to really keep that knowledge in my mind. So I think history is just harder to like unless it's like a broad discussion about history, but I think contemporary stuff is a lot easier to discuss, and also that's just usually what's more interesting to both myself and the people that usually chat in here about stuff like that. Drunk mining while watching horrible histories. I think I'm definitely a lot more interested in the stuff going around currently rather than history. Not that I have no interest in history, that's not true, but I definitely find myself more engaged with the craziness of today rather than the craziness of the past. If for no other reason than, like, yes, past events are still affecting us today, but the stuff that's going on right now really affects me right now. So I kind of need to know what's going on. And it's almost like a compulsion. I just can't really help it. Also, frankly, I don't actually know much about communist history, nor would I actually classify myself as a communist anyways. Although I definitely would not label myself as a capitalist either. I hope capitalism dies. Or at least the version of it we have in this godforsaken country. God, I hate it. Oh, More Perfect Union makes really good videos. I should look at that. The version of capitalism where everyone in the world gives me all their money. Wow, I did not know that you were Elon Musk, that. But yeah. Again, not that I'm afraid to talk about history, politics, whatever on stream, but I think making it the like literal main focus every single time I stream could be a turnoff for some of my regular viewers. And again, I'm not sure if I'm really wanting to commit to that myself. Because I look at how some people online get treated as, like, political commentators, or even just expressing their political opinions anywhere near, like, Twitter or something, and I'm just like, I don't know if I want to deal with that in my life every day. God, your father compared to Elon Musk a while back. It's the most hurt you ever felt. I'm so sorry, Matt. If it makes you feel any better, I do not actually... I'm not actually comparing to Elon Musk. I just thought of the first rich guy I could think of when you said that statement. Because that's literally what these billionaires believe. They're just like, what if we had all of the money? And then everyone else had none of the money. It's crazy in America and the West, you can be a financial app that doesn't store money. It's just a proxy for an FDIC insured bank, but it's a business middleware connection to a bank. It's everything all user app just lose their money. What banks are we talking about specifically? Is this just like every major American bank? I genuinely do not know enough about banks. Because if it's literally just every bank, it's time to start storing all my money under my mattress. Unrelated note, you saw a snake species today you never seen prior to this? Let's go. That's awesome. Oh, okay. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Here's what I'll say. I genuinely do not know anything about those banks, but I always got weird vibes from, like, what essentially just seemed to be like a completely online bank, like something without physical locations and like an actual history. So I do not have my money in those types of banks. Okay, that doesn't shock me, but that is awesome to know that we just have like no regulations in America. Oh, there's the air pocket. Yeah, I mean, it's literally fine to be a white-collar criminal in this country now, by the way. So, also, I forget where you live at. I assume not America, by the way you talk about it. Denmark. Well, don't you worry. We'll take Greenland off your hands soon. We're still working on figuring that out. Also, this could have been misinformation because I genuinely do not remember where I saw this, but I remember hearing something about European countries needing to draft war plans against the US because of how much they were threatening Greenland at the time. Like, especially last year. Yeah. I mean, it's not like Greenland is like just Denmark, but further away or something. That's not the vibe I get, but yeah. Yeah, I think that the best case scenario is that Greenland would be their own independent nation, but with the current US administration, it's probably in Denmark's best interest to not let the United States take it over if they can help it. Wait for a more friendly US before you let them go. Otherwise, they might just get steamrolled completely. I don't know. Maybe that's bad thinking. But I just don't think Greenland should be in the United States' hands. That's all I know. I mean, the deal is probably still not worth it, but probably a better deal than they would get with the United States. If there is one. Hey, why doesn't this song have dog, cat, and frog noises? This is the silent mix. I see. Yeah. Like, I'm sure, again, that the atrocities the Danish have committed against the Icelanders is, not good, but I do not want this literal fascist regime to get Greenland right now, so I think, unfortunately, it's probably in everyone's best interest for the current arrangement to continue for a little while longer. Because I don't think Iceland can really do anything on its own. And I'm not sure how much they're willing to defend Iceland if it's not an extension of Denmark. Greenland, excuse me. Okay, but wait, wouldn't it be the funniest thing ever if they invaded Iceland instead? Actually, that wouldn't really be funny, but like, I could see it happen. On a slightly related note, in the most recent Canadian election, the party vying for Quebec independence also lost a substantial amount of votes because of the America situation. Yeah? I mean, unfortunately, it's at the point now where you pretty much just have to, as America's neighbors, do everything in your power to make sure that the US can't harass you. Or worse. I mean, not that you should ever take harassing from the US, but like, especially right now from these people, you need to stand up against them. Yeah. It seems like a lot of places across the globe are doing things to spite Donald Trump and the US in general. The only place where it seems like right wing is doing any good right now is probably the UK, from my understanding. Or at least the only place I can immediately think of, rather. I'm not gonna lie, dude. If I was still living, or I mean, I never lived in the UK, but like, if I was born in the UK and I was still living there today, I would probably actually give up on life. All I know is that they've gone through their 7th prime minister already in the last 10 years since Brexit. The latest person just resigned a couple days ago. And from my understanding, the party that's like in the lead is the far right party. For the upcoming election there, anyways. I could be wrong, because I'm not super knowledgeable on UK recent politics, really, but... yeah. I mean, didn't Hungary at least, like, get rid of, like, the worst of the far right? Like, they got rid of their super far right leader, and now they're just replacing them with, like, moderate right instead, or something like that. If I'm understanding that situation correctly. Yeah. Also, Loki, isn't Japan already just a right-wing nation in a lot of regards? The other ones I definitely could believe. It's a little scary seeing both Italy, Germany, and Japan in that list of countries making a right turn shift, actually. You know, I just kind of processed that. That's a little scary seeing all those countries in a row. It's a good thing that none of those countries have had any bad things go wrong when they take a rightward shift. Pizza. Enjoyed the pizza. Yeah. There's a part of me that very much is struggling to keep up with politics these days, though. Partially burnout, but I also frankly just don't have enough time anymore to really be on top of it like I used to. It's actually surprisingly hard to be super aware of politics all over the world when you have to work full time and like want to do other things. Yeah. I mean, that I feel like that's been the takeaway no matter which extreme a country seems to go. All I know is that centrists have been straight up losing everywhere in the 21st century, it feels. Especially in the last like 10 years. Ah, okay. So that just sounds like Republicans is what you're talking about. The Republicans of this country definitely would be like that. But yeah, I feel like most places in the world, especially in like the Western world, seem to be either going mostly to the farther right, but like there's pockets of like the US where we're actually trying to shift much further to the left. Like there's been a lot of promising results from having what we call democratic socialists in this country winning their primaries in the Democratic Party against the more corporate liberal centrist type people. Yeah. They sure do love their quote-unquote freedom until that freedom is expressed by a racial or sexual minority. Then freedom is off the table all of a sudden. Funny how that works. At the very least, again, there's some promising signs of the Democratic Party being able to take over one, if not both, chambers of Congress in the upcoming November elections, assuming it's free and fair, which is a really, really big if, by the way. Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine to debate that in some sense, but there's definitely some things that need to be off the table. Like, certainly at the very least, freedom should not come at the expense of other people's freedom. Like, your freedom to religion doesn't mean that you get to impose your religion on other people, which then impedes their freedom. Like, freedom of religion should also mean freedom from religion. Things like that. There's a lot of Instamine. There's a lot of Instamine. I mean, here's what I'll say. I definitely think there's some things that need to be off the table. Like, housing needs to be a mandatory thing. Like, it can't just be like, unless you literally want to live on the streets, you should not be denied housing or kept away from housing. Things like that, food, water, shelter, that has to be things that can't be denied from people. Healthcare is another one of those things, frankly. Like, the fact that we don't have free at the point of service healthcare is beyond ridiculous in the richest nation in the history of all of existence. On this planet, anyways. Like, one thing that really got me was the fact that Donald Trump unironically said in, like, March or April, we can't afford daycare. Meanwhile, he was literally spending more than $1 billion a day bombing little girls in Iran. I feel like taxation is only slavery if the taxes are being used in a bad way. I'm not opposed to paying taxes to actually have things like healthcare and food assistance. And also, landlords should be punished, actually. Wait, this actually is a good idea. Where do I sign up for this? Wow, this is a lot of Instamine, actually. It's kind of insane how much time saved this is. I have nothing to input. I really do not know anything about communism. I'm not scared of communism like the average American is, but I genuinely just do not know enough about it to feel like I'm an advocate for it. All I know is that I'm personally of the belief that whatever system of economy and lifestyle we have in the United States of America is a complete failure and a scam, and frankly, is a crime against humanity. But, you know, I also do think about, the mass famine that happened in China. I'm not sure if we want that either. But I don't know if that really was a consequence of communism specifically, or more just a consequence of stupidity, or just a lack of knowledge, or a lack of foresight. However you want to put it. I mean, look, I'll say this. I'm not literally... I don't want to quote-unquote purge landlords. I don't think that's really what I want. I'm more of the belief that landlords should find a real job. How about that? Let's put it that way. Like, I work harder than most landlords do. Eat the landlords. God, they would be so bitter. It wouldn't even be worth. No amount of onions and garlic would save that dish. You want your BTQ without the L? Is that what the L? Oh no. I didn't know that's what the L stood for. The landlord flag. Dang. If that's the landlord flag, then I guess I'm homophobic. Wait! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes! I am homophobic. We love landlords actually now. No, but yeah, I don't think I would say I would want to eat or purge landlords. I think just forcing them to actually find a real job would be good enough. Sure, but how many people actually died in, like, the famine that happened under Mao? I don't even mean this in, like, an antagonistic way. I literally actually don't remember what the number is. Isn't it, like... Actually, no. I don't even want to say a number, because I literally don't remember. But it's like... I would assume it was higher than 10 million. Again, I don't even know if that's communism's fault necessarily, but, like... it is pretty bad. You know what I mean? And by the way, currently there's people literally getting bombed and starved to death because of capitalism. So capitalism has its own insane death count. Yeah. And also, I will say, like, one reason I feel like I definitely do not defend capitalism is because, at least the way I felt like I was taught stuff, like how our country's supposed to be and how Western society is supposed to be, we should know better than to literally invade random countries and bomb brown people because we don't like them. You know? It just feels kind of weird to be so scared of communism for valid reasons or for invalid reasons. But then meanwhile we commit atrocities literally every single day under the name of capitalism. Like we quite literally committed and continue to commit a genocide, literally being broadcast live, essentially. Being able to watch it in real time as it happens for years. And we're still the good guys. And also, if you complain about it, you're anti-Semitic and we're gonna throw you in jail or probably just kill you. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, don't know anything about communism in that regard, but like, I'm certainly not opposed to replacing capitalism with something else at this point. Yeah. Oh yeah, the USA loves killing communists. That's quite literally our favorite thing to do. When we're not busy oppressing minorities in this country, we love to just bomb random communists all over the world. Or honestly, people just being perceived as communist. Don't even really need proof. You just label them as communists and there you go. That's your justification. Replacing capitalism with capitalism, Unreal 5 engine remake. Ugh. I mean, here's what I'll say, though. I'm not sure, like, a perfect system of government exists. I don't think you can even implement the same government system in every country. But, like, there's gotta be something better than what we got right now. There's no way this is the best we can do. I genuinely do not believe it. Giving billions of dollars and weapons to fight people in Afghanistan so they can fight against the USSR. Yeah, isn't it kind of crazy that Afghanistan was literally just able to keep out all of the colonizers for the most part? At least eventually. It's also hilarious how weak the US government or the US Army truly is. Like the whole Iran war really highlights that we are not as capable as we claim to be. Like on paper, we should literally be in an unstoppable army. We spend way more money than any other military. We have 800 billion bases around the world. We have supposedly the best technology. But we're kind of struggling in Iran right now. Like, yeah, we can bomb them, but we can't actually do anything strategic. And I just love them admitting that one of the aims of this conflict is to open the Strait of Hormuz. You know, the thing that was already open the entire time before they started the war. Like, they straight up said this. It's actually just one of the most insane self-owns I think I've ever seen. Like, if it wasn't so sad because people have lost their lives and are being thrown into a war zone, like, it would actually be funny how much of a cell phone it is. At least we have less consequential things to laugh at this administration for cell phones, like the reflecting pool. So, at least we got that going for us. That's not killing any... Well, okay, actually... Never mind, I just remembered a baby duck did die from the reflecting pool recently, so you know what, never mind. Can't even enjoy that either. Believe in woke 2030s. Oh, yeah, no, dude, I really think... Unless these people cheat so hard that they literally destroy the Constitution and the people don't do anything in response, like, I think the pendulum is gonna swing back really hard. As it should. The only thing that worries me is just, like, they are successfully able to steal the midterms in the 2028 general election, and we just kind of do nothing about it. Hope it doesn't result in hyper-fascist 2040s. Well, that's the thing. The pendulum is going to keep swinging unless we put a stop to it, right? And I think that's currently what this administration is trying to achieve. So the only thing we can do is try to make sure the pendulum doesn't stop, so then we can have a swing in our direction and then we stop it. if you want to keep using that phrase, anyways, if you want to word it like that. But yeah, I think that I don't see how there's a way to actually get all of this to stop without some level of violence. That's the terrifying part. How is Biden still alive? Because he is a former president, so he actually gets good health care. And I mean, from my understanding, like... Actually, wait, never mind. I was actually just gonna make up something. Never mind. I think I completely thought of someone else in that moment. Yeah, I don't know. But he gets really good health care. Yeah, Carter did live to 100. That is true. I mean, look, Donald Trump is 80, and he's literally obese. How many obese 80-year-olds are out there? It's not a super high number. The guy is literally being run by hopes and dreams right now. Like, he's actually just... Black magic is being used to keep that dude alive. Black magic and a custom-made Ozempic drug just for him. Not a joke, by the way. I think it's Eli Lilly who made this drug for Donald Trump. Or, excuse me, quote-unquote mysterious 79-year-old patient. They should do young presidents again. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I feel like this is not even a radical idea, but in this country, literally anything that isn't a far-right idea is considered radical. But here's my quote-unquote radical idea. We really should just never have politicians that are older than the retirement age. And I think the current retirement age is already pretty high. It's like 65 or 67 or something. Like, a politician should literally not be older than the retirement age. Like, the moment you turn retirement age, you should actually just get instantly kicked out. Past 2 presidents, past 3 presidents. Don't forget number 45. Technically counts as 2 separate presidencies, but I get what you're saying. You are right. I don't believe in having someone reign for something like 40 years. That does not sit well with me at all. That sounds like a great way to completely destroy the country. Having someone who literally cannot be removed for an insane amount of time. I mean, by the way, that's kind of the problem we are having right now in the country. Like, one of the things that's being talked about is that it honestly doesn't even matter if Democrats win the presidency in 2028, because the Supreme Court can literally just strike down everything. And Supreme Court justices serve lifetime appointments. So you literally cannot get anything fixed in this country without completely rehauling the Supreme Court, either by impeaching all of the conservative justices, or just all of them straight up, or by packing the court, which is allowed. You actually can do this legally. Whichever way you want to take, but currently as it stands, without dealing with the Supreme Court, it doesn't even matter if you win the presidency or Congress. You literally have to get rid of these lifetime tyrants first. I mean, the Supreme Court is literally the reason we have Donald Trump. And the Supreme Court did rule that Donald Trump has literal complete immunity as president. So, yeah. I mean, good for she, but if we had Donald Trump for 13 years, this country would actually be completely dead already. That's what I'm trying to get at. We definitely would be looking a lot more like modern day Russia, I feel like. I mean, we frankly already do, but like even more so. Like just carbon copy. But yeah, I personally do not think lifetime appointments or super long terms are good. Not because good people can't have them or like do good things with them, but like it's just there's too much wrong, like too much that can go wrong. It's just not worth it, in my opinion. I do not think the consequences are worth having that be a thing. Or the potential consequences. Pick John Goodperson. Yeah, I mean, frankly, it feels like having, like, nuclear weapons to me. Where it's like, just have one really crazy guy with access to nukes, and then all of a sudden, things can get really bad really quickly. But thankfully, we don't have a really crazy, unqualified guy who has access to nukes in the world. Or possibly even several. Thankfully, we don't have that. I don't think we need Stalin too, personally. I don't think I want to be sent to the Gulag, personally. And frankly, I'm still not really one to believe that more violence is the answer, necessarily. Whether these people deserve violence against them or not is kind of a separate issue, but I genuinely do not think violence is going to actually solve the problems at hand. Not long term. I want solutions that do not cause more resentment in the people. What would happen to the world after you finish this? No idea. You'll have a big, large hole in it, that's all I know. That much is certain. There will be a large hole in the center of the world. Been spraying ice water on yourself to cool down. Ooh. Actually sounds kind of nice right now. You have any heat tricks that don't involve an AC? I mean, do you got a box fan? AC too. No fan? You should probably get a fan. I I wish I could remember exactly what the tip was that I saw one time, but it was essentially like instead of pointing a fan directly at you, you should actually oh my god, point the fan away next to an open window. And that apparently creates a better draft and cooler air to actually get into where you are. Well, honestly, just having a box fan in general, or just any type of fan would probably go a long way to help. Fan over ice, yeah. Just anything to get the hot air away from you, essentially, is what you should be doing. That's really all the advice I got. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to have AC, so AC is a very common luxury in the United States at the very least. Although it's so expensive to actually run AC in the summer, so we still keep it relatively warm, even with AC. Again, just whatever gets the hot air away from you and the cold air towards you. That's all you need to do. If that involves vodka, do it. Now, I don't know what happens to a bottle of vodka if you freeze it and then thaw it, but I also don't drink, so I frankly would not care to sacrifice a bottle of vodka for such use case. Hmm. I mean, at least it would get cold, though, no? or would the bottle shatter before the vodka froze, or if it could freeze? Maybe you shouldn't do that regardless, actually. That actually would probably be a very bad idea now that I think about it. Well, yeah, anything can freeze, but at what temp is what matters. Honestly, I'd be more worried about, like, the container it's in shattering before, like, anything else. Everything will freeze, well said. Kelvin doesn't freeze because he's already so chill. If there's anything I know less about than communism, it's definitely alcohol. Never had alcohol in my life, never plan on having alcohol in my life. I do not think I want to drink alcohol. I mean, I've been the legal age to drink alcohol for years now, and I've never been tempted to, so I think I'll be okay. By the way, I should clarify for the record, because I think people get upset or some people get upset when I tell them I don't drink. But like, it's not a judgment thing. It's very much I think I would be a very bad alcoholic if I had alcohol. Like, I would get super addicted and become a terrible person because of it. Yeah. I don't think I would be doing myself any favors if I had alcohol. So I just don't. See. I mean, I grew up in a religious household, and the religion prohibited alcohol. But honestly, for me, like, I never even cared about that, like, for the religious reason. I'm just like, I have an addictive personality, man. If I liked alcohol, I would actually just straight up be an alcoholic. Like, I drink soda every single day, and that's poison as well. At the very least, I drink zero sugar soda now. So I'm not just filling my system with sugar every single day, but like, still would like to not drink soda every single day, you know? Probably be better for my health, even if it's to zero sugar, to not drink soda anymore. But it's a very hard habit for me to kick. Gaming is definitely another addiction, even if I don't feel like it's necessarily a bad thing. It's really hard for me most days to not at least play a little bit of something every single day. Although, honestly, even video games for me is not as hard to give up as, not alcohol, oh my god, soda. Although, if I was an alcoholic, I think video games would definitely be easier to give up than alcohol. I'm gonna be real. I do not know what effervescent is. Is that like a really strong alcohol? Never touched nicotine, your mom smokes. All the adults I grew up around were smokers. I relate to this. I also have never smoked and never will because all the adults in my life who smoked and dealt with the consequences of it, I'm like, no thank you. I do not want this. I've probably already gotten health effects from the secondhand smoke. I mean, yeah, my parents were all smokers. The only adult in my life that wasn't a smoker was my older sister. And that was only because she also had the same experience as me, seeing everyone around us smoking and just be like, that's gross. Jam sandwiches. Mmm, jam. Low-key, when I listen to Dementory, I feel like I'm eating a jam sandwich. Yeah. That seems to be a decently common thing with our generation. But unfortunately, there's also a lot of people that are like, I won't smoke cigarettes. I will just smoke vapes instead. Chewing tobacco is crazy. I think in the US, a lot of it is just moved to electronic cigarettes. Or things like Zins. I think if there is any drug I would be open to, it would be some form of weed. But I've still never done that either. I'm just afraid I have some weed and I just have a really bad trip or something. Because I'm just a paranoid guy. Yeah. I feel no peer pressure to have things like weed or cigarettes or alcohol, so don't worry about me. Yeah, the worst addiction I have truly is food and soda, especially. Alright, there we go. It's another chunk complete. Another fast one, too. Not like record, but, you know. Almost 10 minutes fast on average. Okay, actually it's closer, like 8. But still. Do I still play Isu? I do. Not super actively, but I still play. I don't know if people have noticed, but I actually got 2 of my top 5 plays in the last like 2 weeks. Like my top plays from 15 days ago and my 5th top plays from 4 days ago. By the way, literally not from actively farming. Both were first tries. I just wanted to play Dematory, man. Alright, let me punch in my stats before I forget. 3, 4, 6, 4, 1, 3, 7. And then blocks mined. Water. r/hydro homies on Reddit would prove that. Alright, I'm just punching everything into the spreadsheet real quick before I get out of here. Alright, how many diamonds did I get? 3, 8, 4, 9. So 9 diamond ore. Let's clear this out of the notepad. And then, how many diamonds did I get? 18. Why did I throw my diamonds away? Alright. No, I don't play this every day. My current off days from work are Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so I try to do chunk mining on those days. I just do what I can because I work full time, so I can't really do a consistent amount every week. I just do what I can. If I didn't work full time, I definitely would try to be more consistent about doing like a chunk a day or whatever. But I mean, frankly, I would want to average at least 2 chunks a day if I had no job. That would be super easy to do, frankly. But yeah. Anyways, it is time for me to get out of here for the night. It is pretty late. So, yeah. Thank you guys for watching. I am gonna be back tomorrow. I don't really know what time or how long, but I'll be back tomorrow. That's all I know. Assuming I don't get hit by a drone strike in my sleep.